Everybody, and thank you for joining us at this regular meeting of the Madera City Council. Today is Wednesday, June 3rd. The time is 6 p.m., and this meeting will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order, which suspends certain requirements of the Ralph M. Brown Act. The City Council meeting will be live streamed on the city's website, and members of the public may participate in the meeting remotely through the electronic meeting via phone by dialing 669-900-6833 and enter ID number 946-8325-6867. Comments will also be accepted via email at citycouncilpubliccomment@madera.gov. With that, I will ask our city clerk to call roll, please.
Mayor Medellin.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Gallegos.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Montes.
Here.
Councilmember Robinson.
Present.
Councilmember Hawley.
Present.
Thank you so much, Alicia. I appreciate that. And for this evening's invocation, we have from First Baptist Church, Pastor Mark Unger. If you're able to stand, please. Pastor Unger will lead us in the invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Unger.
Good evening and God bless you all. Appreciate the privilege of being here with you this evening. Let's have a word of prayer together and thank the Lord. But will God indeed dwell on the earth? Behold, heaven and the highest heaven cannot contain you. How much less this house, the temple of Solomon, which I have built. And Lord, that tells us that you are immense. You are bigger than Solomon's temple. You're bigger than our city council. You're bigger than Madera. You're bigger than California. You're bigger than the US of A. You're bigger than the world. You're immense. You're beyond our imagination in your bigness. And that tells me that you're bigger than all of our problems. All the problems that are going on across the US and across the world today, you're bigger. So we come before you and we ask that you would grace us with your presence in our meeting, that you would guide our thoughts and give us wisdom in deciding things that need to happen here in the city of Madera and beyond. And Lord, as we look at some of the things that are going on around the nation, I just quote from a prayer of the Puritans, "Oh God, it is amazing that men can talk so much about man's creaturely power and goodness, when if you did not hold us back every moment, we would be devils incarnate." And so, Lord, we come before you, as I'm sure we've prayed before this council before, that your people who are called by your name would humble ourselves and we would pray and we would seek your face and we would turn from our wicked ways, that you might hear from heaven, will forgive our sin, and will heal our land, that we might say once again that the Lord nullifies the counsel of the nations, that you would frustrate the plans of the peoples who are acting in a lawless manner, and that the plans of your heart from generation to generation would be ongoing, and that we could once again say, blessed is the nation, even this nation, who we pray, whose God is the Lord, the people whom you have chosen. We pray again for your wisdom, your strength, your protection for each council member as they execute their sworn duties this evening. And we praise you and pray that you would uphold appropriate law and order across this nation. We pray that you would bless our police, our fire, our sheriffs, our ambulance, our highway patrol, our first responders, Lord, our military, our National Guard, and protect them in all their doings this night and in nights to come, that you would bring peace upon this land and that justice ultimately would be served in all of these things. We thank you and praise you and respect all faiths while I pray in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
God bless you all. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Pastor Mark. We appreciate you being here with us. And if you will remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance
allegiance
to the
to
flag
the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. Moving into the approval of the agenda, I will ask if any of my colleagues have any additions or changes to our current agenda. And once again, I believe it would be easier for me to either send a chat or to use the hand raising emoji, and I will try my best to recognize everyone when doing so. I do not see any comments regarding any changes of the agenda, so I will entertain a motion for the current agenda.
Move to
Please
approve
remember-
agenda as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Montes and seconded by Councilman Robinson to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for that. Moving into public comment, the first 15 minutes of the meeting are reserved for members of the public to address the council on items which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speakers shall be limited to 3 minutes, and speakers will be asked but are not required to identify themselves and state the subject of their comments. If the subject is an item on the agenda, the mayor has the option of asking the speaker to hold that comment until the item is called. Comments listed as a public hearing on the agenda should be held until the hearing is opened. The council is prohibited by law from taking any action on matters discussed that are not on the agenda, and no adverse conclusions should be drawn if the council does not respond to public comment at this time. I will first ask our city clerk if we have received via phone call, text, or email any public comment.
None at this time, Mayor.
Seeing none, hearing none, and there was nobody here at City Hall for public comment. So I will close public comment and move into the presentation. Our first one is the Department of Public Health, our COVID-19 update. It's always good to see our Public Health Director, Ms. Boss. Sarah, good evening. If you could unmute, please, Sarah.
All right.
Awesome.
Hello.
Hello. Good
Nice
evening.
to see you all. Glad to be here. And let me start with a case update. We're seeing a trend of increasing daily cases. That's not surprising. We expected an increase given that we were reopening things and people were going to be out and around. Our total case count is now 129 people. The active cases are 39. That means those are individuals who are either in home isolation or are hospitalized, but they have not yet been identified as recovered using clinical criteria. So we have 36 in home isolation and 3 that are hospitalized currently. This week we had our third death that was COVID related, and there was a press release about that. I'm sure you were all informed. Our testing has increased significantly. As you know, the OptumServe site has been launched at the Madera Fairgrounds, and it was really a smooth opening. The staff are doing a great job, which is impressive because the state hired them literally the day before it opened. So they've done a great job. And your city manager was actually the very first person at the OptumServe site. So that was cool. And I don't know if Arnoldo, do you want to share about your experience?
Absolutely. Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, everyone. So I was fortunate that I happened to be their very first patient. And that was not because of anything special. I happened to go on their website the night before. I registered and I selected the first time slot, and I showed up and I was the first individual. It's extremely easy. You walk in, you do not touch anything, so there's no contact of any items or any material, so it's very safe. The 4 employees that were inside the building were wearing PPE. The individuals that are to be tested are also, you are mandated to wear a mask. And so when you walk in, you never remove your mask. You adjust your mask slightly to expose your nostril where they test you. It was the entire process took a couple of minutes. It was for the most.
Did he freeze?
I think so.
I believe his computer froze. I'm not sure if you're aware, Mr. Rodriguez. Your computer may have frozen.
Well, I'll continue, and
Yes.
if he unfreezes, he can finish his what he was sharing. And what I've heard from others is that Arnaldo's experience is very common. It's often fast, fairly painless. It's a bit of discomfort, but not too bad. With the OptumServe site, appointments are required. It's pretty easy to do. People need to be prepared to spend about 10 minutes online creating an account. And because there's an account that's created, a person can be tested even regularly. So if you're somebody who interacts with the public a lot, it's not a bad idea to get tested every 6 to 8 weeks just to kind of check in. And that also helps us with being able to keep our testing site, because we have to meet a quota in terms of number of people tested in order to keep this site, which is provided by the state at no cost to us. So it's in all of our interests to make sure that we promote this and keep people coming back for testing. So when people create their account, they're able to next time log in, and they don't have to enter all that information. They can just go straight to scheduling appointment if it's a repeat individual. It does ask for insurance information, whether or not you have insurance. You are not required to have insurance. If you provide it, then they bill your insurance and it offsets the cost, which is good. And then, but you don't have to pay a copay if you provide insurance. And if you don't provide insurance, it's still free to you. So people can learn more about OptumServe. There's a video that we've placed on our Facebook page and on our website that walks people through the process, shows them exactly what it's like to walk through, provides the information about where to go in order to schedule an appointment. And people who do not have internet access can schedule an appointment by calling a phone number that's provided. And that information is at maderacounty.com/COVID-19 testing. You can also get to that testing page if you go to our regular COVID-19 page, and there's a box you can click. But if people are looking for testing information, you can provide them that direct URL. We also have information on that same page about our mobile testing unit. Our mobile testing is typically not in the city of Madera because the OptumServe site is there and it's accessible for everyone. At the same time, we are taking the mobile testing, obviously, to our mountain communities, to communities that don't have as much opportunity for testing. So we're regularly going out to mountain areas, Chowchilla, Fairmead, Lavinia, the Ranchos, and different areas to make sure everyone has an opportunity for testing. And then we also have the ability to test at our office for contact tracing purposes. And so we are in a really good place now with regards to testing resources. It's coming with a lot of growing pains for our organization. I'm not going to lie, we're having to hire a lot of people in a short period of time. Our team is at a place, and I'm sure you all, can identify with, there's a level of fatigue that people are experiencing. And certainly there's no real clear light at the end of the tunnel for us because we'll continue to do contact tracing even as everyone else is getting back to a bit of normal. We are still not at normal, and that will continue for a long time for us. So with OptumServe, people's test results are fairly easy to get. They are contacted, I believe, through email with their test results. And if someone needs to find out what that is, they can also log back into their account and find that information. If people are tested at the mobile testing site, then it's our responsibility to inform them of their test results. And we're still working out some bugs with regards to the whole system of that. And so if you do encounter someone who's frustrated because it's taking a while to get their test results, encourage them to be patient with us. We're still working out all of the kinks. All of this happened within about a week's time that all of this testing expanded. So our team, I think, is doing an excellent job, and there's growing pains. I'm also really excited to let you all know about that we're going to be, we anticipate that this dashboard, it's a new data dashboard, will launch on Friday. The county had hired a lead for doing GIS work, and that individual has been working to kind of build the infrastructure for the county, and COVID kind of forced us to do a big upgrade all at once to be able to do this data dashboard. And so we're really excited to be able to launch it. It's going to kind of replace that chart that's at the top of our website that gives the case counts and everything. And it's all going to be on one page and pretty. I don't know how to describe it any better. It looks very professional, and it'll include some really cool charts of things. So there's going to be a chart for our total case count, and you're going to be able to see kind of the curve of how that has increased over time. Also, our new cases over time. So looking at kind of a rolling average of what that looks like. And that's where you can see if it's the curve has flattened or if it's actually increased. Also, you're going to be able to see tests by day that are reported to us, charted over time, as well as what our positivity rate is, which is basically how many tests of the total come back as positive. And we have on there the cases by age groups, as well as on Friday, we're going to start reporting cases by reporting areas in the county. I believe I described this on a previous council meeting, but in order for us to release data in a way that's responsible with regards to ensuring privacy, we cannot report data for a region that's less than 20,000 population. And we also have to reach a threshold of a minimum of 5 cases per reporting area in every reporting area before we have the ability to put it out there. And so we have met that threshold. We have 4 reporting areas. They are identified by zip codes. So the city of Madera is not a reporting area all by itself. In order for us to get to that 20,000 and have appropriate reporting areas to meet that requirement, we needed to divide the city of Madera, and we looked instead by groups of zip codes. So the city of Madera actually is split along the 99 into 2 different reporting areas. And so I can tell you what those zip codes are. Actually, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. The map doesn't break it out in that way. But again, we expect that this dashboard will be up on Friday, and then you'll be able to see in the reporting areas what those case counts are. There's also going to be that full explanation of what I just talked about why our limitations are what they are with regards to population size for reporting area. We are also, we're working with a lot of different entities doing technical assistance around what can be open, what can't be open. If it's open, what's the guidance that's required? A lot of troubleshooting with businesses, with leaders in the community, and we welcome phone calls, community feedback forums, and we provide technical assistance to those who are asking for it. We have good news with regards to our acute populations in Madera. We have skilled nursing facilities in the area. All of them are doing excellent work, and to date, we've only had 2 cases within a skilled nursing facility, and everyone else was tested, and it was just those 2, which is amazing. And Dr. Paul said it was nothing short of a miracle. And so we're just really thankful for that. We have excellent partnerships. They're working really closely with us. So I know that probably people have specific questions, so I'm going to stop with the presentation aspect of this and just take questions. I'll answer them as best I can.
Thank you, Sarah. And then after that, maybe our city manager, Mr. Rodriguez, can finish his story. Any questions of Ms. Boss with her report so far? Seeing none, Mr. Rodriguez, did you want to continue with your story? I'm sure people were curious on how the experience was.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Mayor. So I'm not too sure exactly where I left off, but I think total process time for me to probably get off my car to get back into my car was probably 10 minutes. So the process itself, the swab is a couple of seconds. It's for the most part, it's pain-free. You exit a separate door than what you enter, so you're not necessarily crossing paths with any other person walking in. You feel extremely safe. The building itself feels as though it's clean. It's very sanitary. Everyone is wearing PPE, including yourself. And when you walk out, how I said, within about 46 hours, I had my test results. I received an email. I logged online, and unfortunately for me, I tested negative, in case anyone's wondering. So it was a very simple process, and I would strongly encourage anyone in the city of Madera to please to please go get a test. It's about protecting yourself, but it's also about protecting others, and I think that's one of the key messages. So I felt no symptoms, but I just felt that it was the prudent thing to do. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. And we do have a couple of questions, Sarah. First, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia, and then Councilman Rodriguez after that. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Sarah, thank you very much for your report. I really look forward to everything that you're discussing and informing us on. So my concern is that we're trying to figure out as a city council how we can best serve our community and alert them to the idea of getting themselves tested, wearing masks, et cetera, et cetera. We now have a confirmed 3rd in Madera County. We don't know where that is located. I was listening to your report regarding the sections and the zones based by zip code. And that's kind of like a little bit confusing for a layperson, to try to figure out, how this is going to be played out. It would be helpful for the city council, I believe, if we could do something to be able to educate us on this. And I'm looking forward to the report on Friday. I just heard earlier that with the 12 cases that we have, 6 or more or less were within the city. Could you expand on that, or if that's accurate?
So are you referring to the 12 new cases today?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I can't report locations for such a small group. And so what I can say is how do I say this? I'd say there are far more cases in the city of Madera than in other areas. And that, I believe, is to be expected, because you're far more likely to have groups of people who are interacting with each other in a more metropolitan area. People are living closer together. Their work is far more likely to have lots of interaction. We also had a lot of people that were working in essential businesses. And so that's not surprising that, first of all, most of our population in the county is located in the city of Madera. So just in terms of basic statistics, you would expect that the case count would be higher, but then there are those other factors of people being more likely, they're more close together in the city. And so that's not surprising. I think in terms of messaging, the messaging is that we're opening up now, not because we don't think that COVID is out there and we think it's perfectly safe. We're opening up now because we have figured out ways to reduce risk by the ways that we've structured things and the guidance that's out there for people to be able to operate in a safe manner. We've learned a lot about the illness, and we've learned a lot about what we can do to lower risk and prevent illness. And so we're rolling out those behaviors. It's not going back to normal. It's opening up in a different way. So people are able to do more, but they're not able to do what they used to do. And it's really important for people to continue to implement those same behaviors that they've heard all about. Social distancing is the most important. The second most important thing is social distancing. The third most important thing is social distancing. Like, those social distancing is by far and above the most important behavior. The second is hygiene. So regular hand washing, because we are going to touch surfaces, but we have learned that the virus doesn't live on surfaces nearly as long as we thought. That's good news. But we still pick it up. And then, you know, if we touch our face, then it has the opportunity to get into our system. So regular hand washing and the fundamentals that we've talked about. Masking has some benefits. At the same time, I think people think that when I wear a mask, it protects me. It's such an automatic assumption, right? I'm wearing a mask to protect myself, when that's the opposite. It really is to protect other people. And so many people who don't have symptoms, they think, oh, if I don't have symptoms, I'm not going to be giving it to somebody else, so I don't need to wear a mask. Wearing a mask is great, but it often is a cue that somehow we're now protected in a different way, and we don't have to be 6 feet apart. And that's the opposite. We need to encourage masking, but the social distancing, like I said, is by far the more important. And it's really where masking and plexiglass and face shields and things like that, personal protective equipment, that really comes into play more so when people can't be 6 feet apart. And even then, it's, you know, regular face masks are probably not going to be very protective most of the time.
Thank you, Sarah.
So I think the biggest message is like, don't have big parties.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, people just, they want to get together. They want to see their friends. People have been cooped up. They want to go to the beach. They want to go traveling. Non-essential travel is not allowed. Like, we should not be going on vacations. We should not be getting rental homes. We need to still stay home and go to work and do the things we normally would do, but it's not back to life as normal.
Thank you, Sarah. Councilman Rodriguez has a question, and then Councilman Montes after that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medellin. Sarah, thank you for the report. Early on your presentation, you mentioned the surge was due more to the lifting of certain restrictions. Now, would one argue that maybe that testing is more readily available could potentially increase the surge now because more people are being tested? So versus during the initial stages of this pandemic. And if so, is it more so because of the available testing, or is it more so because of the lifting of restrictions, or a combination of both?
What we have noticed is that we've seen a lot of cases that have happened because of gatherings. And so we know for sure that the lifting of things and people getting out more is definitely a factor in the increased number of cases. And increased testing will identify more cases that are out there and related to community spread. So what we've also seen in terms of patterns with regards to our contact tracing and case counts is not surprising. when one of my kids comes home with the flu or a cold, or my husband, whoever, we can expect that it's probably going to travel through the whole house before it's done, right? Everybody has experienced that. COVID's not any different. You know, if you're living in close contact with other people, you're probably going to catch it. Now, some people might have symptoms and other people don't, but when we do our contact tracing, we test the household, and many of our cases are the increase in cases coming because of that. So when we open things up, we do have more kind of source cases that we find, but then we find more cases around them because of their contacts, and most of them are household contacts, although we do find others in workplaces and things like that as well.
Thank you, Sarah. And just to follow up on that, so when these tests are being done, do people come in with symptoms? Are they necessarily people that have flu-like symptoms, or people that might not know that they have this virus and have no symptoms and yet are tested positive?
So I think there's two pieces to your question. The first is that all of our testing sites, the OptumServe site and our mobile testing site, anyone can be tested. They don't have to have symptoms in order to be tested. Right now, OptumServe is only scheduling for adults, but it's going to be opened up to children in the next week or so. So that's the first question: is we'll test anyone. And part of that is that we want to increase surveillance. So we're not just looking for people with symptoms. We want to have a better understanding about things. And prior, we would test people's symptoms only, but we know that there's people out there without symptoms. So we'd like to have a better sense of what's out there. The second piece of your question is really about, are we seeing more incidents of asymptomatic because we're doing more testing? And the answer to that question is yes, because we didn't test people without symptoms before. So we don't have enough data to really understand what the ratio is in Madera County, how many people are symptomatic versus asymptomatic. I don't think we have enough testing for long enough to have enough data to have an idea about that, but we are seeing more cases without symptoms.
And that was my original question: is are we starting to see that we are starting to see more asymptomatic cases, and the data? Obviously, at this point, we don't have that data available to us, but at some point, I'm sure that we'll be able to have that data so that we can then be, I guess, better prepared, or maybe be able to advise kind of to what the concerns were from Councilmember Garcia. What else as a city can we do to help prevent the spread of this virus? Because if asymptomatic if someone's asymptomatic, then what kind of measures should we take? Obviously, you brought up three, which is social distancing, and social distancing. And that could be the preventive measure, yes. But if there's anything else that we can do to be able to identify and the data that you have and help us maybe do something for our community, then that would be very helpful. And I too look forward to your report. Thank you for the answers there, Sarah. Thank you for your report.
A couple other things you might want to consider. The first is, I think it's really important that employees know that if they're sick, they are 100% authorized to stay home. And, with public servants, many people are super dedicated. And especially since not everybody is back to work, people feel a sense of pressure and obligation to show up, even if they're not 100%. And I think communicating with staff, if you don't feel well, stay home. This is true in the public health department too. Like, we have people who show up and they're just gonna, tough it out. Like, nope, go home. So having safety officers who kind of monitor, and I know that you're screening for symptoms, and that's great, but sometimes it starts with fatigue or a headache. And so people just need to feel comfortable taking that time off. The other thing, I mentioned a safety officer, that's really important. Having somebody who's actually watching for that social distancing, because it's uncomfortable, right? It's not a normal thing for us to do. And so we have someone who's circulating through the building and telling people to stop huddling. You know what I mean? Like, spread out, you have space, stop doing that. because it's not a natural thing. It's not our norm. And so reminding people to do that. There was another idea I had, but I've lost it now.
Thank you, Sarah. Councilman Montes, was your question answered in that last series?
No. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sarah, what was the time frame again for somebody who has had a test to get the results back?
So OptumServe is typically within 2 to 3 days.
Okay.
With our mobile testing, right now we're saying within 4 days, 4 business days. So OptumServe, they just talk about days in general. For us, because our public health lab is not open on the weekends to be able to process tests and things like that, it's 4 business days for a mobile testing site.
If somebody has any questions or concerns, it would just be the contact number would be the number on the login, right? The 888-634-1123. Because I know you were looking for it earlier, but it's probably not at your fingertips right now. No, just in case people have questions, everybody's kind of on edge if they go get tested, and they want to know right away. And, if for whatever reason I'm not getting my results and, in a day or so, it's like, well, is there something wrong? So, people are going to have questions and start asking, and it's just good for people to know where to go to or who to go to.
Yeah, I think for us, it's with OptumServe, they've got it down, and so it should be fairly regular. With our mobile testing, we expanded so fast that we're really working on the systems on the back end. And I will tell you, that is the #1 reason people get really, really mad at us is we don't have their test result yet. They want it now. And people are nervous, I understand. And so I think it's important for people to know that not having the test result yet does not mean that there's a problem. It just means the lab hasn't given it to us yet. It's a supply chain issue.
Thank you.
Great, Sarah. Thank you very much. Any other questions of Ms. Boss regarding the COVID-19 update? Once again, it's always great to see you, Sarah. Thank you so much for your information. And we always know that we can call you at any time. So thank you and your team for everything you're doing for us here in Madera County.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. My apologies to council. When we approved the agenda, I should have mentioned that item number 2 under presentations, the Youth Leadership Institute, they recently contacted us and said they were going to be unavailable this evening. So my apologies. With that, we will move into the workshop portion. Item A1, this is our operating budget of the 2021 workshop.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. At this time, I would like to present some of the key assumptions for the budget for 2020-2021. With this, the plan right now is to provide some of the basics key assumptions, but next week, the goal is to provide a proposed budget, a printed draft, and delivered to council members. Hopefully on Monday or Tuesday, the latest of next week. And so that'll serve us for our next meeting. With this, I would like to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can, Roger.
So I would like to discuss some of the changes that are taking place in the budget, the framework. There's a few minor changes that we're recommending going forward that will bring some clarity and some better information. I would also like to discuss some of the general fund revenues, key assumptions, what we expect, what is proposed, and the projections. In addition, maintenance and operations, what are the discussions that have been taking place in the different departments, and also what are some of the changes that have taken place as well due to COVID-19. We will then discuss the staffing and employee compensation, and finally, we'll touch on the debt at the City of Madera. So the fund classifications, what we're proposing right now is that as we know, the general fund is the discretion of the City Council, is for general purpose. Within the general fund, we have a grants fund, mostly from CDBG, which has many restrictions. And after discussing with the consultants and the auditors, they agree and they recommend that we move the CDBG grants portion away from the general fund, and it should be part of the special revenue funds group. So we're recommending that we make that move. In addition, the insurance and risk management fund, it's been part of the general fund, and in most cities, what they do is it should be part of the internal service fund group. So we're also recommending that as well as a best practice. On the revenues, we work with the consultants. We had a meeting and preliminary meeting. So far, we're utilizing on the sales tax revenues what they're recommending. We are expected to meet again sometime this month, later this month, and if time allows, we will make adjustments to the budget as soon as we have more information. We'll provide some insight right now.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry, Roger, could you go back to that first slide about the special revenue funds? Could you explain that, please? I'm sorry to interrupt.
So the city government, a full service like the City of Madera, has major fund categories, including general fund group, enterprise, special revenue, and internal service funds. So the general fund is at the discretion of council. A special revenue fund group, it has more restrictions. It is for special purposes. We collect the revenue for special purposes. So within that category, the grants fund, it's historically at the City of Madera, it has been part of the general fund, which is confusing, and it creates an somewhat inaccurate fund balance in a way. So it needs to be moved away as part of the special revenue so that the general fund is cleaner and it is more accurate. I hope that explained that.
Yeah, I'm just kind of, I'm looking at the CDBG portion of it, in which you do explain that they do have restrictions from the federal government, but moving it into the special revenue funds, would that create a conflict at all for our spending and our uses? And do we have
not at all.
additional restrictions on how we can do that legally, and et cetera?
No, not at all. There's no reduction in revenues or changes in any shape or form. It doesn't diminish the authority from the council. It would be just like enterprise funds. There's some restrictions in enterprise funds, but the council is fully authorized to make priorities into capital assets and purchases and all those things. The similar, the involvement with council with special revenues on how to utilize gas tax or CDBG, that doesn't change at all. It's just how we summarize it on the financial statements and the budget. We're just classifying it in a different spot, but it's the same function as before. Nothing changes.
Thank you.
So this chart represents the general fund and Measure K operating revenues, excluding transfers. So this is, what does it look like? What are we proposing? What are the projections, including, and we have including consultants as well. So this provides you can see the history, and for 2021, what we're proposing so far, and we're still reviewing, is $29 million for next year budget. So I will go into more details as to how we arrive at that number and what makes up that number. So as you can see, a good comparison is a full year actual from 18-19. There's a decrease of $1.7 million or a 5.5% decrease if we compare this budget proposed to the actual of 18-19. So this is the breakdown of the same 29. If I go back, this $29 million, this is the same $29 million, except that it's broken down by the revenue type. And as you can see, 82% of the revenues is in the taxes category. So the big portion of that. And I will dive a little deeper into these areas as well. So this is general fund and Measure K taxes and historical perspective as well. As you can see, the proposed is 23.9 million. And again, a good comparison is if you go to the previous year, which we know the actual results, and see, you can tell how far we're projecting. Now, I'm going to dive a little deeper into the Measure K and also the sales tax portion. So this is sales taxes excluding Measure K revenue. The red line represents a 4-year average. So this 4 years average, which equates to $7.9 million. And working with the consultants, we project to have $8.7 million. And as you can see, if you can compare it to the actual in 18-19 of 8.4 and our budget of 8.4, and then the question might be, well, what's the big deal on COVID then? It looks the same. The thing is that our projections for the 19-20, we were gonna get $1 million more because things were going so well. Because of COVID, we shrunk it down again. And so we were on the right path to get an additional $1 million. So even though we have a budget of 8.4, we were, the consultants by the fourth quarter, we're thinking, oh my goodness, we're gonna have, instead of 8.4, we're gonna have 9.4 million. But again, COVID happened, and so this is the new reality. This is Measure K, and you can see historical, the collections, and we also, you can see the proposed of $4.5 million. Now, this is a little bit of a hit. This represents a $290,000 decrease if you compare it to the previous actual, which is 3.5% decrease. So something to think about as we split this between PD and fire going for next year. Again, this is subject to further review. For the consultants are working very hard on getting additional information for this one. Now I'd like to dive into the general fund property taxes. The first portion is the regular property taxes, and this is what we're projecting for 2021. After that is the property taxes in lieu of vehicle license fee. Again, you can see our projections. And finally, the small amount represents the public safety portion of tax. With that, I'd like to jump into the maintenance and operations. So the city manager requested from directors to take a look into the maintenance and operations, which is the area that departments have control over expenditures. And he requested that we try to reduce between 5 to 10% to have a decrease, so that we could have the first analysis assuming the decrease in revenues during COVID time. So we're still reviewing and analyzing, but the departments did a good job on listening to city manager and they took some changes. They recommended some changes. So this is kind of a bit of a busy chart, but if I can take you to the bottom, total maintenance and operations for all departments. If we look at the 1920 budget and compare it to the 2021 proposed, then we have an increase of $500,000 or 5% increase. And well, that looks like the opposite of what city manager requested. But a closer look, if we look at the fire department right here, there's a significant increase in the fire department. And that is expected because they're not fully operational with the Measure K revenues. And so what they're expected is to be functional in the upcoming year. So that's why that's the case. Once we remove the Measure K, the fire department, then we do have a decrease of 5%. So that's in line with what city manager has requested. So this is, again, general fund. This other one is taking the same information, but it's for enterprise funds. And again, department heads have taken a hard look and have taken some reductions for the budget. With this, I would like to, if city manager can provide some insight into the staffing component.
Yeah, thank you very much, Roger. So as the council and the community is very well aware, we have some challenges due to COVID-19. Roger, a few minutes ago, had articulated that the city prior to COVID-19, we were doing extremely well and we were projecting to surpass all projected revenues by well over $1 million. So when you're looking at what we're projecting next year and you look at our budgeted amounts, there's not a large discrepancy or a delta, but if you take that into account, the numbers are quite similar to last year's budget. But again, prior to COVID-19, the city would have surpassed that. And going back to the fire department, one of the reasons why the fire department budget is increasing is because of Fire Station 58, which is currently, it's not in operation, it's a brand new fire station, as the council is aware. And the plan is that that fire station is nearly complete. We have a brand new fire truck that's currently being deployed out of Station 57. But the plan is that once we have that fire station up and running, we are gonna have to dedicate some additional resources to that. So with that being said, for next year's budget, we are taking a very practical approach. We are using very conservative numbers when it comes to projected revenues. And by that I mean, if you compare the city of Madera to some of our surrounding neighbors, and actually if you go a little bit further just up and down the state, they are projecting much greater decreases in revenue. We are projecting between 12 and 15%. So again, that's a very conservative approach. With that being said, though, a couple of things that we have already begun doing. We started reassigning some permanent staff. So we do have some full-time staff. We have reassigned a couple of individuals some vacancies that we have, and we will continue to do that. So there is an opportunity to shift some staff around, and we'll be providing training to those individuals. So next year's budget, what we're looking at, some of our parks employees are going to be housed in other departments, at least for the first 6 months of the year. Now, granted, if at any time the COVID situation changes and we have to redeploy those staff members back to the parks department, we'll come back to council, we'll talk it over with council, we'll allocate the funds, and we will move them back as soon as possible. The challenge that we have is that some of the programming has been put on ice simply because of the situation we're in. We've also furloughed a lot of our temporary staff or part-time staff. We do have a rather decent sized portion of city employees, for example, like the umpires, the lifeguards at our swimming pool park. So we have temporarily furloughed those employees simply because we don't have active programs because of the situation that we're collectively in. Moving forward, one of the things that we're going to be looking at next year's budget is we are going to be not allocating funds to vacant positions unless we've previously discussed that amongst the departments, and we'll bring that to council as part of the budget. To provide some context to that approach, we took a similar approach last year. So last year, when we presented the budget to the city council, we had 28 vacant positions. Of those 28 vacant positions, we had identified 17 positions that were either in process or we felt that come the new fiscal year, those positions would be filled. So what we did is we identified 17 of those positions were budgeted at 100%. This year, we will take a very comparable approach. However, right now we have slightly more than 28 vacant positions. As the council and the community are aware, once COVID-19 started to grow back in early February, we started pumping the brakes on some of our hiring. So we did not have a hiring freeze, but we significantly slowed down hiring, and that's created some of our vacancies. And I believe Councilmember Garcia had a question, so I can pause right now if that's appropriate.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Arnoldo. Regarding the temporary layoff of some of our part-time employees regarding parks and recreation or other departments, if and when, nobody knows when this is going to happen, that they lift the restrictions. If we're able to open up our swimming pools and our little league fields for our children to be able to participate, do we have a plan in place about what that would look like and how we would go about reestablishing these positions?
Yes, it's an evolving plan. So the plan right now is we will leave four program related employees in the Parks Department. So our Parks Director is going to remain in the Parks Department. Our admin analyst 2 will remain in the Parks Department. One of our program staff will remain in Parks, as will our senior program staff individual. So they will continue to work on programs. So if at any time we can return to some sense of normalcy, or if there's some kind of program that we can do, they will take the lead. As the situation evolves and as things become more readily available and we're legally and we can legally open programs, what we'll do is we'll come back to council and we'll shift those positions around and we'll get them back to the Parks Department. So the goal is, again, these are temporary transfers. These are not permanent transfers. And we just simply want to remain flexible to be sure that we can bring them back as soon as possible.
Councilman Rodriguez has a question. Arnoldo.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medellin. So, Arnoldo, on the opposite end, assuming that the COVID takes deeper cuts into our revenue, are we also prepared to take the furloughs into more of the full-time employees, and do we have a plan in place for that? Based on the previous budget review, if I memory serves me right, I think Roger had mentioned that, or you had mentioned, I'm sorry, that we would be okay for this upcoming fiscal year. But assuming we have deeper cuts in our sales revenue, what plan do we have then?
So, every projection that the city has had and that we've prepared in partnership with our consultants, we feel that we are going to be okay this upcoming fiscal year. However, if the situation does turn for the worse, at that point, we'll sit down with the department heads, with the city council, and we'll come up with an alternative plan. Have we talked about it internally? Absolutely. Have we identified positions and exactly what that looks like? We have not. It's been at the very 30,000 foot level. And the reason being is because when this started early on, we sat down immediately. It was one of Roger's first weeks here. And we started taking a hard look at how can we potentially try to mitigate some of these items. And one of them was could we pump the brakes on hiring? And that's what we did. The other positive thing that I do want to add is council may recall in the 18-19 budget, we did have a budget surplus. And we know that we're carrying that forward, and that's going to provide us a decent sized cushion. And that's one of the reasons why we're taking a very conservative approach to this fiscal year, is because we know we do have that cushion without tapping into the city's general, any of the general's reserve account. So is it perfect? Absolutely not. However, every projection that we have seen today can leads us to believe that we're on the right path. If for any reason we feel as though it's going to be a challenge for us to meet the budget projections, we'll come back to staff immediately, or to council, I should say. The other thing I'll add is that we are going to make a concerted effort to come back to council and the community and keep everyone apprised of exactly what's happening. The situation is fluid. I cannot tell you with absolute confidence that we have it figured out. It's a challenge. However, I think really the goal is to stay flexible and making sure that our employees are very well aware and that they understand that we're trying to keep everyone employed. And if we have to shift a couple of positions, I think our employees are open to that.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And I appreciate the fact that you are having these conversations now instead of a reactionary effort. But thank you again. I appreciate the answer.
Yes, thank you. And Roger, can you go to the next slide, please? So again, I touched on this a short time ago. If as COVID-19, as the situation evolves, we will come back to council to make sure that council is fully apprised of any changes, either if we're not meeting either budget projections, or if anything changes, we'll do that. The other thing I should add as well is that we do have some new businesses in our community. For example, we have Loves. So we took that into account. So that's definitely going to help the community because of the tax revenue. So while we're still experiencing an enormous decrease in tax revenue, the positive is that we do have some new businesses locally that we felt that are going to help mitigate some of the unfortunate situations that we're experiencing. Thank you, Roger. Next. In terms of employee compensation, as the council is aware, we do have existing agreements through the next fiscal year. At the last council meeting, the council approved 1-year contract extensions with our general bargaining group and our middle management group, and then also our MPOA, that would be our police officers. We entered into a contract extension about 4 months ago, and that does include a cost of living adjustment beginning July of 2020. On top of that, in terms of merit increases, we have taken into account all eligible merit increases for next fiscal year. So that is included in the budget. And that's, of course, assuming that the employees demonstrate satisfactory work, they would be eligible for merit increase. So that is built into the budget. Thank you. And Councilmember Garcia, I believe, has a question.
Yes, regarding the I understand that the bargaining unit employees have modifications. Are there any adjustments going to be made to mid-managers or the program directors that we have on staff as far as increases to their compensation?
So we have a total of 4 bargaining groups. The 4 bargaining groups would be the LAM, which is the mid-management for police officers. We have the Madera Police Officers Association. We have our general bargaining unit, and then we have our mid-managers unit. So the group that's eligible for a cost of living increase would be the Madera Police Officers Association, and that's a 2% increase. The mid-management police officers, in their contract, they received a one-time payout, cash payout, and I believe the number $1,500 if memory serves me. And I'm looking over to our human resource director, Wendy Silva, and she is nodding her head yes. And then we have our general bargaining unit, as well as our mid-managers group. At the last council meeting, they extended the agreement for 1 year, so for next fiscal year, and the concessions in that agreement consisted of a one-time $750 stipend for each employee, the holiday closure, which means that they would that City Hall and their departments, they would have a 1-week paid closure between Christmas and New Year's, and then also the city's contribution to health care will decrease to the overall premiums, and therefore the employee is going to see a slight increase in their take-home pay. And you know what, I apologize. The general bargaining group and the mid-management, I said last week, it's actually on tonight's agenda. So thank you for correcting me. It's actually not. So it's, you know what, so my days are running together. I apologize for that. And then in terms of department heads have 3-year contracts, and they are not scheduled for any cost of living increases. Rather, what they would be eligible for is in their contract, they are eligible for step increases just like all other employees. And again, that would be subject to the city manager's review and approval, subject to them performing satisfactory work. And I believe, Roger, next slide.
Mr. Rodriguez. So continuing with the employee cost, I know Mr. Councilmember Rodriguez requested some information on pension cost. I will say that this is an introduction. We're still doing some homework on the impact of COVID over the CalPERS going forward. So we're still working on that, but I do have some information, as I mentioned, as an introduction. So as you can see, we have a miscellaneous unfunded accrual liability. We also have a safety unfunded accrual liability. The regular CalPERS pension cost that goes with the payroll, and the total CalPERS cost, pension cost, at different years. This portion provides a percentage change. So for instance, the total cost was $4.2 million and then $6.5 million, which represents a 54% increase between fiscal year 16 versus 17. As we can see, this is what it looks like going forward. For 2021, we know the amounts that are under the unfunded accrual liability. We already know those amounts. However, this portion is still under review because we're still fine-tuning the labor cost going forward, but it's a pretty good estimate. So this is what we expect to see on 2021 budget.
Mr. Sanchez, I'm sorry to interrupt. Mayor Pro Tem Garcia has a question regarding this.
I want to go back to the last slide. Arnoldo, I would be remiss if I did not ask this question.
Yes.
To the department heads potentially getting raises. So do you anticipate that happening based upon their contracts in the foreseeable future? And believe me, I do not want to take anything away from you as a city manager. This is your prerogative. This is your job to do. But I just want to know, in anticipation of our budget, do you foresee that happening anytime soon?
So department head contracts are 3-year agreements. We're about 1 year into the 3-year agreements. At some point in the next two years, at some point, I would be bringing those contracts back to the city council for consideration. At that point, we would probably be discussing any modifications to their contracts when it comes to either compensation, or if it were to come to vacation accrual or contribution to healthcare. So besides that, so for the next 2 years, there are no planned modifications to department head contracts. They are under contract. In terms of merit increases, all employees in the city, including myself and all department heads, we have merit increases built into our contracts, and it's simply a salary increase, and we have a total of 6 steps here at the city. Not all of our department heads are at the top step. So during their annual review, if they have met or if they have performed satisfactory work, they would be eligible for a merit increase, but that would be comparable to any other city employee. So in terms of any modifications moving forward, I think that's probably a discussion that would probably happen during the next couple of years. But at least for the next fiscal year, I don't anticipate having that discussion because, again, we still have 2 years left on their contracts.
Thank you.
So please let me know if you have any questions on pension cost.
I do, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry. I didn't get a chance.
Please go right ahead.
So, Roger, can you explain the 16-17 total CalPERS cost? Why such a big increase then and to now? Can you elaborate on that, please?
The increase, Councilmember Rodriguez, I would have to research why that was the case. I can tell that on the unfunded portions, it was a modest increase. It was, the biggest change was on the regular payroll contribution to PERS. I would have to research that and get back to you on that. I don't have that information with me right now.
And no, thank you. I mean, I just wanted to make sure. I know you brought that up, but when you bring it back in the report, I think this is just preliminary. Yeah, that would be a good idea. And I do see the trend, obviously, after that 54% increase, obviously we had a 10% decrease and so forth, but it seems like we're back at it again moving forward. You know, 7% increase last year. This year we're looking at a 5%. But again, you mentioned that the CalPERS pension cost, the $2.1 million, is not actual, but somewhat projected, right?
This one, 2.1, it's gonna be a projection because this is based on a percentage of each employee's salaries, and some of the employees are under the safety, others are under the miscellaneous. So as we do our projections, that's gonna be taken into account. There's a different percentage depending on the agreement from CalPERS. So that's going up. We expect that to go up this year slightly. And I will bring that information as well as to what is the percentage increase on the employee portion. But you're correct. This is an estimate right now that will change in the upcoming 2 weeks.
Yes, and also, I mean, I see the percentage at the bottom, but looking back to 15, 16 and using that as our base, and you can certainly see that the comparison between 15-16 and 2021, well over 40% an increase as well. I mean, obviously the numbers show different as the years go by, but since then, I think we've had a pretty big increase also in the total CalPERS cost. And again, that's due to the discounted rate, and we're yet to see what the additional CalPERS discounted rate can, how that can impact our city coffers as well. But I'll look forward to that report. Thank you, Roger.
You're welcome. And you just reminded me that is exactly it. It was a discount. It changed back then, and I'll bring that additional information.
And not to split hairs, Roger, I'm not sure if you were rounding up, but on the 16-17 actual, unless it was rounded up, that total 6.4.
This one?
16-17 actual. But again, I know it's kind of, it might be rounded off those particular numbers.
Yes, it's a rounding.
Okay, thank you. We can move forward.
The same information, except that it's provided in a graphical interface here, miscellaneous unfunded versus the safety. And as you can see, there's a clear increase on the unfunded portion. There's some decreases in a way for the regular pension contribution, but there's clear increases on the unfunded portion. And this is one of the requests as Councilmember Rodriguez that I'm trying to get at is what would be the analysis if the rate decreases? What would be the impact on all of these numbers 10, 20 years into the future? So that's the information I'm trying to get at as well. This is the total that we already saw in the previous slide. But again, this is in a chart view. So as far as the city debt, the total debt citywide is, as of July 1st, 2020, has a balance of $87.3 million, which includes principal and interest. These are the debt, different portions of the debts broken down in different categories. I will point out, I'll provide more detail into the solar project as well in a minute, but let me know if you have any questions on this slide. This is the same information of $87.3 million, except that it's broken down by the different fund groups, the general fund, water, sewer, and gold. That's what we have so far, broken by principal, interest, and a modest annual fee. Going back, as you can see, the general fund, it does carry the debt for the energy efficiency, the solar project. However, there's going to be some charges to the enterprise funds because the enterprise funds will be benefiting. So we're working on the accounting as to how to exactly we will carry those. So the energy efficiency is a little bit inflated within the general fund because it needs to share with the enterprise funds as well. So this is what I have, and I'm open for questions if there's any further questions.
Great, Roger. Thank you very much for that information. We look forward to more information to come. Any questions of Roger regarding this report?
Mr. Mayor, I'm
Yes.
sorry. And again, I keep on forgetting to raise my hand here.
That's all right. You're fine.
Roger, in accounting terms, is there a certain percentage or a certain number that any city would be able to look at and say, this is a very healthy city based on its total debt in comparison to its revenue? Is there such a factor or a ratio or some type of number? And I use that more so to explain more, like a GDP versus total debt when it comes to the economy or the economy of the city or municipality?
Absolutely. The answer is Councilmember Rodriguez, and I'll be happy to provide some insight into the next meeting. It gets a little bit technical, and there's two components to answer your questions. One of them, what we look at is the balance sheet, and that's the health of the assets. And so it compares how much debt versus equity an organization has. If it has too much debt, we can clearly tell that it's headed into trouble. I don't believe that's the case at the city of Madera, but I can provide that insight as to comparisons. It's liabilities to equity ratios, and also assets to equity ratios, so that I can provide that information. The other portion is comparisons to debt per capita. I can also provide that as well, and we can also provide some comparisons to some neighboring cities as well.
Thank you, Roger. I think that would be very effective in providing the data in a palatable form or number that our citizens or residents can see and say, you know what, this is actually healthy in comparison to other municipalities, or at least a rating that gives them as far as where we stand with the health of the economic or financial status of our city. Thank you, Roger.
Any further questions of Mr. Sanchez or Mr. Rodriguez regarding this preliminary report?
Mayor, pardon me just for a second. Could you, Roger, you mentioned surplus. What are we looking at as far as a surplus?
The Councilmember Garcia, the numbers are fairly tight right now, but we're fine tuning the numbers, and they should be ready for the next meeting. There's a few missing components right now. I believe we might be having it's going to be very tight revenues to expenses this upcoming year. There's no question about it. Even with the reduction in materials and services that we're already projecting, simply because of the reductions of COVID revenues. And when I mention that, it's because it's not only sales taxes, but if you look into the hotel taxes, that's a big hit that we're projecting. So it builds with permitting revenues, and it just keeps building a little bit at a time, and that's the hit. The saving grace is really, as mentioned before, is the labor cost savings that we had in the previous year, and also the labor savings that we expect going forward, in addition to the carryover that we had last year. If we didn't have those things, we should have serious conversations of meaningful cuts, and they would need to be serious. But because of those labor savings and the carryover of reserves, that's a component. Right now, for next year, it looks very tight for the budget. And I'll provide on the next meeting, what does it look like, revenues versus expenses, with the book as well.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sure that I speak for many of my fellow council members that the more information we have regarding our resources and our budget, the better for us to be able to make decisions intelligently. So I do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sanchez and Mr. Rodriguez, for that report. We'll move on to the consent calendar. Matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, a member of the public or a member of the council may request an item to be removed from the consent calendar, and it will be considered separately. I'll first ask if any one of my colleagues has any questions regarding the consent calendar, would like to further discuss or remove any particular item. I will ask if we've received any request via email, Alicia.
No, Mayor, none received.
Thank you. Nor do I see any of the attendees wishing to speak. So with that, I will entertain a motion regarding the consent calendar.
So move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilwoman Gallegos to approve the consent calendar as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving on to public hearings, item C1. This is a public hearing regarding a general plan amendment and related rezoning of property for reconfiguration of development regarding Pecan Square project. This is at Pecan Avenue and State Route 145. Will Mr. Unruh be taking this one?
I believe Daryl or Jesus will be presenting this item.
I'll speak for Daryl on that one. The staff is requesting that item be continued to the next city council meeting per the request of the project proponents.
The proponent is requesting. Okay. Any questions from council? Is that something that I can get in the form of a motion? Is it Mr. Orozco? Are you at the next council meeting? That would be the 17th.
Correct.
Council, it is a published meeting, so yes, a motion to continue it to the next meeting is appropriate.
So move to approve.
Second.
Are we approving or are we tabling the item for the following meeting?
You're continuing the meeting.
Continuing it for
The motion to approve to
17th.
the next meeting or continuance.
Councilman Hawley's motion is to continue this item to the June 17th meeting, and I believe it was seconded by Councilwoman Gallegos. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for that. Moving on to item C2. This also is a public hearing regarding a general plan amendment and rezone of the subject properties to allow for the development of a 34-unit apartment complex called Grove Gardens and related actions.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. Before you is a request for a general plan amendment and rezone and associated environmental determination. The request before you is a rezone from the industrial to the plan development zone district, alongside a general plan amendment from the industrial land use designation to a high density land use. To your right, you'll see the subject property within the red boundary lines. It is composed of two separate properties in a currently bisecting segment of Grove Street. The project property is generally on the southeast corner of Maple Street and Noble Street. On your screen is a street view, a current street view of the project site from the Noble Street side. The aerial does illustrate some existing structures on the property. Those have been demolished, and it's been some time since they've been demolished. But that being said, on May 12th of this year, the Planning Commission contingently approved the precise plan and the variance, which guides the development of the project on the site, and approved a resolution recommending approval of a general plan amendment, a rezone, and a negative declaration. Again, the current land use and zoning is for industrial purposes. As the properties are vacant, by right they would be permitted to be developed with industrial uses. The proposal is a rezone which would allow for 1 unit per 2,000 square feet, and the general plan land use designation allows development on the project site between 25 and 50 units per acre. The project proponent is proposing 34 units for the 1.8 acre project site, which is on the lower echelon of what's permitted for the zone and the general plan. On your screen, you see the proposed general plan amendments and the rezone. Staff is generally in support of this rezoning general plan, as the project does provide some transition between the current industrial land use and the existing single-family residential land uses to the north. The project itself is a 34-unit apartment complex on a 1.8 acre project site. Site features have been placed to, again, provide a transition between the industrial land uses and the existing residential land uses. That being said, the apartment complexes are closer to, or located to the northern of the project site, with the parking located to the southern, joining to the industrial uses. There is landscaping and open space features located between the proposed structures and the existing residential land uses. Other key features to the development include masonry block walls along the far east of the project site and the southeast of the project site, as to provide additional separation from the surrounding land uses. To the east, the far east, is the baseball field that services the Madera High School, and to the south is south and west are existing industrial land uses. On your screen are side and rear elevations of the project proposal. The elevations before you are I am showing those and not the primary side, because that's what would be visible from the streetscape. The project proponent has worked with staff in trying to provide the best architectural possible, compliant with the general plan goals and policies of the community design element. Within your staff report, a negative declaration was included for your review. That being said, staff and the Planning Commission recommend that the council consider public testimony and take action on the following, which is adopt a resolution amending the general plan land use designation for the subject properties from the I industrial to the HD high density land use designation, and adopt the associated negative declaration, and waive the full reading and introduce an ordinance rezoning the subject properties from the I industrial to the PD 2000 plan development zone district. That completes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orozco. Any questions from council?
Yes, I have one.
Yes, Councilman Hawley.
Hey, Sue, is this property owner that's building these projects, is this the same one that's going to build the one for where the fitness was, Thrive Fitness? Are they the same owners?
They are not, no. This is a Berry project. I believe the project you're referring to is Sunset Apartments. That's by a different applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Member Dillon. And Jesus, thank you for that detailed presentation. If you don't mind, can you take us back to that the aerial view that you first presented at the beginning of your presentation? And the reason why I ask is because although we're amending the general plan and we're also introducing an ordinance, you know, some of the neighbors around this area have complained of increased traffic possibilities. And even now, I think buses and freight trucks are using Grove Street to get around to Noble Street and come out to Gill. So they had some concerns about that. Would there be any potential mitigation once the project is complete in regards to the additional traffic that comes through there? Again, you know, some of the neighbors were concerned about the increased traffic, but more so, what's happening now is that they're utilizing Grove Street as an access to get back to the other industrial areas there on Noble Street there, and to avoid Pine Street and any other traffic, then this is the easier way for buses and freight trucks to come around.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Rodriguez. So there was some form of petition circulated and presented to staff, and it was presented as part of the public record at the Planning Commission hearing. Yes, there was some concerns regarding circulation. Staff the city engineer, working with the city engineer, did make a comparison in terms of circulation and traffic. Again, as an industrial use by right currently, staff made an analysis on a hypothetical, so to speak, of what an industrial building, the type of traffic generated by an industrial building, similar to the one across the street. And according to the engineer's manual, and maybe Keith can kind of help me with this, but it was actually determined that an industrial use would generate more traffic than a residential land use.
Yeah, hey, Jesus, I can jump in with a little bit. I pulled up the calculations that we had done prior to the Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you.
For the particular apartment complex that we were looking at, we went to what's called the trip generation manual. That's used in the performance of traffic studies. You can go ahead and get the typical or the estimated trip generation for any given project. So what we came up with for this particular project was during the AM peak hour, which is between the hours of 7 to 9, there might be 14 trips expected in and out of the project. The PM peak hour would be 18 trips. Now, if we look at an industrial type use, get myself to the same spot, the industrial type use might represent 48 trips in the morning and 43 in the evening. So that's basically something like 30 more trips in each peak hour for industrial versus residential.
Thank you, Keith. And I think that's great. I mean, the fact that we're building more affordable housing is great. You know, I mean, I don't think that's the issue there. I think the issue before us is the increased traffic of industrial use vehicles, such as buses and or freight. So assuming that this ordinance is in place and these units are developed, that then becomes more of a residential area. So therefore, is there any mitigation to to avoid having industrial vehicles coming through Grove Street and trying to get to these other areas versus trying to go through Pine?
The one thing that I can think of is if we know that there's heavy trucks using the residential streets to get to the industrial, we can potentially install no truck route signs or no truck signs.
Well, I think that would be well served, especially for the residential area that's been there. There's an established area, and I know you said by right that you know these industrial zones have, but you know by right these residents also have a right to have safe streets as well. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to these apartments coming through. I think it's going to be great, more affordable housing, but at the same time, we have to also look at the safety of the residents around the community.
Sure. Now, I would. I'm just looking at the PowerPoint. You know, we might start with Grove Street and Park Street in terms of those type of restrictions. I know there's one or two more streets to the.
I think Grove Street was the one in question, but again, you know, they're both residential streets.
Sure.
Thank you, Keith. And thank you, Jesus.
It's a very good question, Mr. Councilman. I know there at times that gets to be well, that is a route for the buses, Madera Unified school buses that go through there quite a bit. But that's a good call, I think, to have larger trucks, certain axle lengths or numbers to be non-permitted through there would be a great idea. Mr. Orozco, can you go back to the aerial that shows this same aerial view, but with the actual layout that shows landscaping in the actual apartments? Thank you. The one and only existing dwelling that's there, and actually I appreciate you answering the question earlier today. One, I want to thank the architect for being cognizant of that fact and having that buffer there between the existing dwelling and using that lawn and landscape. But for the record, have you received any comment, positive or otherwise, or the Planning Commission from the surrounding neighborhood regarding this project?
Yes, staff did receive several letters, and again, a petition of some sort. It had comments. It was kind of difficult to address them, but some of the concerns were, again, traffic, vagrancy, vandalism, and gang-related activity. to address traffic. We just discussed that. Vagrancy and vandalism. Again, you're probably going to see more homeless or transients occupy the site when it's vacant rather than if it's been developed. So speaking to those concerns, there's a likelihood that those types of activities would decrease as you have development and people occupying the space, as opposed to having vacant property.
I would agree. And based on the previous questions by Councilman Rodriguez, he's very active in his district. And so that might be a great segue into a neighborhood watch in that particular area to address the existing neighborhood for those concerns.
I've
Thank
already
you very much.
initiated the conversation, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for thinking of that.
Of course, of course. Any other questions from council? And there are a couple of attendees, but I do not see anyone raising their hand. I will ask our city clerk if anyone has emailed in any questions regarding this particular item. Seeing none, hearing none, I'll bring it back to council for action on item C2, and there's two parts to it.
So move to approve item C2, 1 and 2.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilwoman Gallegos to approve item C2 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Jesus. Moving on to item C3, this is our automatic extension of business license renewal and bypass delinquencies during this COVID-19 pandemic for a period of 3 months.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Staff is recommending that we extend I do have a short presentation. I would like to share this.
Sure.
So as city section 6-1.19 of the municipal code states that the business license payment shall be received by July 31st annually to avoid the delinquent status. So unless the city council approves the resolution, finance department has to send the renewal notices of business licenses to all business owners. As you know, with COVID, this is a very difficult time. And so due to the, what the staff is proposing is that we postpone the payments, and that way that'll give us, that'll give an extra 3 months to the business owners to get the payments. So the new deadline to get the payments back in would be on October 31st instead of July 31st. Again, we would have to, unless the council approves, we would have to send the invoices next week. So I would like to give you a little bit of a context on the business license, if I may. These are the revenues that historically we've collected on business licenses. And so this is so far the proposed budget, still subject to review. But as you can see, it's around $400,000. Potentially, many businesses would pay on time just because that's their practice. But some of the other businesses who have suffered, like restaurants and things, they may elect to, if approved by council, to postpone that payment for 3 months. As of last year, as of the current year, fiscal year 1920, the business license revenue, it is, as you saw in the previous slide, $500,000. And I wanted to show you the breakdown of how we collect the revenue by the different categories, retail, constructions, and so on and so forth. again, for a total of $500,000. I also wanted to show you, this is kind of a busy chart. The blue bar represents the business license count by the different categories. So for example, retail, there's 301 business licenses related to retail. And so you can see constructions, real estate, and rental and leasing, and so on and so forth. The red numbers represents the revenue generated per business license. So as you can see, there's very few manufacturing, but it does generate the bigger revenue on the business license. And that gives you a perspective on the makeup of business license for the city of Madera. So the staff recommends the council adopts a resolution allowing the automatic extension of the business license renewal and bypass delinquencies during the COVID-19 pandemic for 3 months through October 31st, 2020. So with that, if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanchez. I appreciate that, and great work by you and Mr. Rodriguez and the team during this COVID pandemic. This will certainly help our business community and being able to defer that down the road a little bit. A quick question. So we're not going to send out anything soon that would say it's going to be deferred. We're just going to move all of that correspondence 90 days.
That is correct.
Okay.
Any businesses that have questions, we will provide a letter indicating of this option. So, and some businesses have already elected to send some payments, and we can tell from our records.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions from council? Seeing none. Any correspondence, Alicia, via email?
None, Mayor.
None, thank you very much. If there are no further questions, I'll bring it back to council for action.
So move to approve.
Second.
Thank you very much. It's been moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilman Montes to approve item C3. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you all very, very much for that. It was great work. Moving on to item D1. This is a side letter agreement extending the MOU with the Madera Affiliated City Employees Association. I believe, Wendy, you'll be taking this one, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
I was so worried about sharing my screen, I forgot to unmute myself. So, and Arnaldo gave the presentation a little bit earlier, but since it's on the agenda at this point, we'll go through it very quickly. So, let me get to the right screen. The city and MACEA, Madera Affiliated City Employees Association, entered into an MOU this last December that ends in the current fiscal year, so ends June 30, 2020. MACEA reached out to the city regarding an extension of the existing contract because they recognize the potential financial impacts and uncertainty being caused by COVID-19. So we did meet with them, and we did meet and confer in good faith, and what we've come up with is a side letter agreement. And what that side letter does, it extends the term of the MOU by 1 year to June 30, 2021. So outside of any of the remaining 3 items I'm going to cover right now, all terms and conditions in the existing MOU continue. The employees represented by that unit will receive a one-time payment of $750 payable upon adoption of the side letter. So it will go with next Friday's paycheck. The city will implement a holiday closure for the holiday season this December. Between Christmas Day and New Year's Day, we will close non-safety functions. We did that for the first time last year. This would be the second occurrence. However, the language is written as such that it will only occur again if agreed to by both parties. It will not automatically continue. And then the health insurance change is captured. As council saw in their last, at their last meeting, the city's premiums are going down this year, and they're going down enough that they are now below the current cap. So the employer contribution is decreasing by the amounts shown in red on the screen for the various enrollment levels, and that is captured in the side letter agreement. So the financial impact for the Madera Affiliated City Employees Association, the net impact is roughly $55,000. You have the $750 one-time payment that is offset by the change to the health insurance cap, and then the value of the holiday closure. That's not hard dollars, but it's our estimate of the value of not working for those days and receiving pay. So with that, I can take any questions. Otherwise, the requested action is to approve the side letter and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
He probably gone.
No, I'm right here. My apologies. I rarely mute myself, and the one time I do, but any questions from council regarding this particular item? Anyone via email or calling in? Alicia, I see no attendees. Anyone via email? Seeing none. Great, thank you very much. With that, I will call for action from council.
So move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilman Montes to approve item D1, the side letter agreement extending the MOU with the Madera Affiliated City Employees Association. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for that, which will move us into item D2. This too is a side letter agreement extending the MOU with the mid-management employee group.
Okay, so
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Would there be any objections from my fellow city council members to move to approve D2, or is there anybody who has any questions?
Are you talking about just moving along quickly? Is that what you're trying to do, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. In the interest of moving this forward, unless there's some major problems with this and major discussions, I would move to approve D2 unless someone else has questions about it.
I think just for the record, we will have Wendy do her very brief presentation. I will make sure I open it up to the public for anyone that has any comment, and then we'll move into action by council.
I will move expeditiously. So this item is a proposed side letter agreement with mid-management. The basis for the side letter is the same as what was just discussed with MACEA. Mid-management did reach out to the city to discuss an extension of their current MOU. The terms of the side letter are the same as we just discussed for MACEA, which were a one-year extension through June 30, 2021, a one-time $750 salary payment, and the holiday closure. The terms regarding health insurance are the same, with the city's cap decreasing to recognize the decrease in premiums. The difference in this presentation is going to be the net effect. You're talking a different group of employees, the smaller group. The $750 one-time payment comes at a cost of $24,750. That's offset by the reduction in the health contribution cap. And then you have the value of the holiday closure. So the total value of the agreement is estimated at roughly $30,000.
Thank you, Wendy. Any questions of Wendy regarding this particular item? Alicia, do we have any email correspondence regarding this item?
None at this time.
Thank you very much. If there's no further questions, I will call for action on item D2.
Motion to approve D2.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Garcia and seconded by Councilman Hawley to approve item D2 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Wendy, very much. Moving on to item D3, this is an agreement with Tally Oil Inc. for asphalt pavement crack sealing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm Dan Foss with Public Works, and I'm going to be turning it over shortly to Adam Gonzalez, who's our administrative analyst over here. You guys met him briefly once before. I did want to touch on, before we jump into it, why Adam will be tackling this one and some things you guys may be seeing in the future a little bit. So we're not doing just our traditional, what we do over here at Public Works, but we're also trying to build future leaders. And Adam is a great example of, he's asked to actually present in front of the council a couple times. He thinks this will be a great experience for him. He actually doesn't oversee streets, is what this would be, is through streets. But he's asked to have the experience to present his own council reports and make his own council reports. So I'm very proud of him for that. And upcoming in the future, you guys probably will see some of our other managers presenting to council. So be nice. I told them you guys aren't too brutal, but a little bit. So anyway, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Adam, and he'll share our presentation.
All right. Thank you, Dan. And good evening, Mayor and members of council.
Good evening, Adam.
Let me go ahead and pull up my PowerPoint. I'll share my screen with you. All right, I'll jump right into it and get right to the point. So for those of you who don't know what asphalt crack sealing is, a good example of this is this image right here that I included. This is actually our streets crew. They actually did this past Monday. And essentially what they do is they go out into our community and they identify these cracks and they fill it with this special sealant, which fills the cracks, and it prevents water from entering out the service. That's why this falls under the category of preventative maintenance, since the water that can enter into the surface can cause really dangerous things such as potholes and also sinkholes. Our streets crew has also identified 16 different priority listed locations. However, this isn't a set in stone list, given that if our crew does identify another area of town that does need these services, a little bit more of others, then we can go ahead and rearrange this list. Therefore, with these needs in mind, we had published an RFP back in February 27th of this year. And the two contracting companies that did respond with their bids were Graham Contractors Incorporated and also Tally Oil Incorporated. I know in previous RFPs that we presented, we usually base our decision off of the lowest bidder. However, it was specifically stated under item K within our RFP that we would not be, our decision would not be solely based off the lowest bid, but it would be based off the best overall proposal. The total project cost that we're looking at here would be around $380,160, but that's the maximum amount that we'd be asking for. Given that we don't, a lot of it depends on the amount of work that would need to be done. Moreover, the agreement here that we're going to be discussing would be a 1-year agreement with the option to extend for an additional 2 years. The bids that are also provided to us by both companies provided 3 different cost schedules. The initial schedule was for 1 linear foot to 200 linear feet. The second was from 201 to 2,000 linear feet. And I'm describing the lengths of the cracks in the streets. And schedule 3 was also 2,001 linear feet to 5,000 linear feet or more. However, if you combine these 3 schedules, then you get the total cost of the project that they were bidding on. Therefore, if we look at the who provided the lowest cost, of course, that would be Graham Contractors Inc. at $380,000, whereas Tally Oil Incorporated would be $160 more. However, since we are basing our decision on the best overall proposal, one issue we had with Graham Contractors Inc. was the big issue of front loading. And for those of you who don't know what front loading is the overpricing of work done in the early stages of a project. And directly from the Federal Highway Administration, and I quote, "If a bid is front loaded, regardless if it is the lowest bid, acceptance of the bid will result in the same evils as an advance payment, and an advance payment is prohibited by law." And to really drive home our message here, I created this graph, which is a proposal cost schedule comparison. And if you can see right here, I provided the unit price comparisons for both Graham and Tally Oil Inc. And to the right of that is a comparison of the total amount of the project cost for Graham and Tally Oil. So what I want to call example A, if we look here, this is a good example of front loading, given that total proposal schedule 1, if we look at the total amount for Graham Contractors Inc., that would already put us at $120,000 deep into our budget. And that's just for schedule 1. For Schedule 1 for Tally Oil, that would only put us at $10,560. That's due to these really high expensive unit prices, these initial unit prices. If you can see here, it's already almost over $150 per unit price, whereas Tally Oil is only charging $13.20. Moreover, if we look at Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 pricing, we'd already be more than halfway over our requested budget here at $240,000 with Graham Contractors Inc. Whereas with Tally Oil, we would only be at $116,000. And as you can see too, I think another thing that I should have highlighted in this presentation is the unit pricing is equal and just equally spread out through Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 and Schedule 3 for Tally Oil Inc. at $13.20. Therefore, after consideration, we thought that Tally Oil, provided the best overall proposal. Therefore, our recommendation here is to adopt a resolution approving the agreement with Tally Oil Incorporated for asphalt pavement crack sealing in the amount of $380,160. However, as an alternative, the council may also elect to request additional information and clarification of the contract, and may also request that staff publish an updated RFP. And with that, if you have any questions, please let me know, and I'll do my best to answer them for you.
Great, Adam. Great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question.
Yes,
sir.
Councilman Hawley.
Yes, Adam, where is Graham Construction located at?
That is, I want to say they're a local crew.
Here in Madera?
Yes.
Okay.
As for Tally, though, I think a good thing to throw out there is that we've done these similar projects with them in the past as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Councilmember Hawley, if I could jump in, I believe just from Googling them, they're based out of the Clovis area. So they might have a chapter here in Madera, but it looks like Clovis area.
Yeah. Because I had heard from them before in past history, but I was wondering if they had moved to Madera or not. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
That's a very good point, Councilman Hawley, to bring up. And in the past, when we talk about bidding local contractors versus out of the county or sometimes even out of state, especially now that we just had the conversation about our budget and where we stand with local tax dollars, with local hires, it was a very thin line between the two bids. But Tally Oil is a local company that's been around for generations, and they employ a lot of local people. And
right.
Sometimes I've asked the question, which this will be a later discussion, but sometimes even though it's not necessarily the lowest bidder, if it can come within a 3% or 5% threshold, knowing it's a local Madera County business that employs local people, I'm hoping we can use that as well when we accept certain bids. But you did great work, Adam, when you recognize that front loading. That happens quite a bit sometimes, and you did a very good job. But it looks like our attorney, Ms. Montoy, has something to say.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I did want to clarify because I know that most of you are always used to the concept of requiring and the law requiring that you award to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and that is required for public works contracts. So if this were a true public works contract bid process, you would not be able to do what's being recommended. There is an exception under the Public Contracts Code, and Mr. Gonzalez and I went over it, and he was very good at having me review that. And there is an exception for repair and maintenance. So the strict requirements do not apply for this type of a repair and maintenance contract. I just wanted to note that for the record, because somebody might say, well, last time you awarded it to somebody and it wasn't the lowest bidder.
Very good point, Ms. Montoy. Thank you very much. Any other questions from council regarding this item? I'll ask our city clerk if there's been any email correspondence regarding this item. Seeing none, hearing none, I will bring it back to council for action on item D3.
So move to approve D3 as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Gallegos and seconded by Councilman Montes to approve item D3. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Foss, thank you both so very, very much. We appreciate that report.
That's Director Foss.
Thank you,
Director Dan. Director Dan.
Thank you, everybody.
He went from Lieutenant Dan to Director Dan.
Moving on to item D4, this is an employment agreement with Gary Conte to serve as our planning manager.
Good evening, Mayor.
Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, members of the council, and Arnoldo Rodriguez, City Manager. I'm going to share my screen with the council. So thank you very much. So the item before you this evening is a it's a contract agreement for employment with Gary Conte to serve as the city's planning manager. As the council's aware, we've had a vacancy in our planning department since roughly October of last year. In the meantime, we've been very fortunate to have Daryl Linderu assisting us. Daryl's a retired planning manager himself with about 40 years of city planning experience, but I think at some point Daryl would like to go back and to enjoying retirement. Daryl's been an absolute soldier coming into the office, and we're extremely appreciative of him helping us out. So again, we do currently have an interim planning manager, but he's a part-time employee. Gary Conte's contract, or the item before you this evening, is for a permanent position. So a nationwide recruitment was performed. We advertised on city planning websites extremely aggressively in the area, in the state of California, and we also reached out to a couple of planning agencies and organizations that promote job announcements or post job announcements nationwide, and we did have a handful of applicants. We did have a technical panel consisting of outside city planners from the region. After that, that outside panel made a recommendation in terms of who they would recommend to continue in the process. Throughout that process, we did select Gary Conte. A little bit of background for Gary. Gary's actually been working in the city of Madera at a local private firm for about probably about 10 years. Gary has a lot of experience in city planning. He's been a city planner for well over 20 years. He's always, Gary for the most part worked in the private sector. However, he has served as a contract planner for different jurisdictions. So he is familiar with city planning from the local government perspective versus simply the private side. But he's very well versed in city planning practices, contemporary planning practices, and market conditions. So Gary's contract would be comparable to all department head contracts, which is a 3-year agreement. We have negotiated a C-step in terms of his starting salary, which would equate to a little bit more than $101,000 per year. As you can tell by the overhead, like all city employees, there are different steps. So it does go up to step F. So Gary would be eligible for an annual merit increase, subject to performing satisfactory work. In terms of severance and termination stipulated in his contract, again, this is identical to what you're going to find in any department head contract. The agreement can be terminated at any time by the city manager. He would be eligible for 45-day severance. He would accrue vacation based on number of years of service, and that's exactly like all of our other employees. The one thing that I'm recommending this evening is to credit Gary with 40 hours of vacation at the start, so on his starting date. The principal reason for that is Gary has had a planned hike for quite some time, and that planned hike is in a couple of months, and if Gary were to begin a date, Gary unfortunately would not have enough hours accredited to take his long planned hiking vacation in Colorado, I believe. And besides that, in terms of his accrual caps, those are all comparable to all other department head and mid-management group. In terms of a sick leave accrual, he would be accruing at roughly 3.7 hours per pay period, so that's every 2 weeks. After 5 years of service, he would be eligible to cash out some sick based on a ratio that's also available to other city employees. In his family sick leave, he would be eligible for up to 72 hours of sick that may be used to care for a family member each year. Administrative leave, he would be eligible for 40 hours credited each year. It would be prorated because it begins in the calendar year, which would be the fiscal year beginning July 1st. And those 40 hours are not eligible to either be cashed out or carry over. So it's one of the banks that you either use it or you lose those hours. His paid holidays would be comparable to all other city employees, and his floating holiday accrual would be the same as all other city employees as well. Well, in terms of department heads and mid-managers. In terms of CalPERS, his retirement, Gary would be required to pay the 2.375 base pay towards his employer contribution. He would be a PEPR employee, not a classic employee. And he would be eligible to participate in the city's 457 deferred compensation plan. The city does not contribute that plan for department heads, whereas for other bargaining groups, the city does pay or have a fraction of a percentage or payment on behalf of those employees. And in terms of healthcare, he would be eligible for the same health benefits as all other city employees. In terms of other benefits, he would be eligible for 3 days of bereavement leave. The city does provide $50,000 employee life insurance policy and $5,000 for dependent life policy. The city does provide a long-term disability policy, and the employee may also be eligible to purchase health insurance after retirement. However, the city does not contribute any funds towards that, so that would be completely on the employee paying for those benefits. This position is budgeted in the current fiscal year because, again, this position was filled until October of 2019, and it was budgeted for the entire fiscal year. So staff's recommendation this evening is that council approve an employment agreement with Gary Conti. Again, it's a 3-year agreement beginning at C-step. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez. Any questions for Mr. Rodriguez regarding this employment agreement? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
Arnoldo, can you go back a few slides to the at-will and the city managers? There you go. That was it. The employment may be terminated by the city manager?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question regarding that. So is that our policy that at-will employees can only be terminated by the city manager, or is that just specifications of?
I'm sorry, Pro Tem Garcia, you're cutting out. I believe your question is are all employees subject to termination by the city manager?
At-will employees. I'm looking at at-will.
Oh, yes. All at-will employees are subject to termination or discipline by the city manager, correct?
Okay. So does the city council members have any say in the termination of an at-will employee?
You do for 2 city employees, myself and city clerk Alicia Gonzalez, and then also the city council contracts directly with our city attorney Hilda Montoy. So.
Okay. Yes, but yeah, just thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other questions of Mr. Rodriguez regarding this at-will employment?
Isn't Wendy one of those two that's at will?
I'm sorry, is that Wendy?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. She was left out. Okay.
Any other questions of Mr. Rodriguez? I'll ask our city clerk if there has been any correspondence or any email requests on this particular item.
None received, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Before we move forward and make a decision from council, I have an announcement to make regarding this at-will employment agreement. If approved, the proposed planning manager at-will employment agreement would employ Gary Conti as the city's planning manager effective June 8th, 2020. The salary for the position and other terms and conditions of the employment are as stated in the employment agreement. In summary, the following are contained in the agreement. The annual base salary will be step C, which is range 476, which is $101,133.48 per year. The employee will be entitled to 1.5 months salary and health benefits severance if separated without cause. Vacation accrual will be 3.69 to 6.15 hours per day period based on years of service, and the employee will be credited with 40 vacation hours at time of hire. Maximum vacation accrual is 360 hours. Sick leave accrual will be 3.6923 hours per pay period. Admin leave will be 40 hours per fiscal year, prorated based on the date of hire, not eligible for carryover or cash out. Floating holiday will be 0 to 40 hours per fiscal year, depending on years of service, not eligible for carryover or cash out. Employee will pay the full 6.25% employee contribution to CalPERS and will pay 2.375% of base salary towards the employer contribution to CalPERS. The employee will receive the same plan offerings and the same employer contribution toward health insurance and received by the mid-management employee group. City paid life insurance of $50,000 for employee, $5,000 for dependents. City paid long-term disability policy, up to 3 days per year of bereavement leave for listed family members. With that, I'll bring it back to council for action.
So moved to approve.
Second.
It has been moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilman Montes to approve the at-will agreement for Gary Conti. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you all very, very much for that. Arnaldo, this is going to be a great addition to the team. We're all very, very thankful, and it's fantastic that we need to increase our planning and engineering department because we have so many great things going on. So great work in finding Mr. Conti, and we look forward to meeting him soon.
Thank you.
Moving on to item D5, this is the tax sharing agreement between the City of Madera and the County of Madera. Once again, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. The item before the council this evening is a request to extend the existing agreement with no modifications for 1 year between the City of Madera and the County of Madera. At yesterday's board meeting, the Board of Supervisors approved a 1-year extension by a vote of 5-0. So in terms of a little bit of background in terms of tax sharing agreements, tax sharing agreements are generally, they are legal documents that are approved by both city councils and Board of Supervisors to share in the cost of items, for example, property taxes, retail taxes, or any other types of special services. A tax sharing agreement, there's a couple of different types of tax sharing agreements. One of them is a master tax sharing agreement. The type of agreement that the city and the county currently share is a master tax sharing agreement, as opposed to individual agreements per project. The challenge whenever you have a tax sharing agreement per project, it takes a lot of time to negotiate on a project per project agreement. And the other thing is that you have to have people to administer those. And so there's a lot of room for interpretation, and it's challenging over time. I would strongly recommend that we have a master tax sharing agreement, because what it does is it provides certainty to both the county, it provides certainty to the city, and at the same time to property owners and developers. So if they're going to attempt to develop their property and they're going to be annexed into the city, it's very clear what to expect. So in terms of tax sharing agreements, I touched on this a little while ago. They generally include the sharing of sales tax, property tax, and in some cases they can include jail booking fees. They can also include fees for libraries, animal control services, or just really a litany of services. So the existing tax sharing agreement was ratified by the City Council and the Board of Supervisors June 6th of 2017. It was a 3-year agreement with the sunset clause. However, there is a provision in the agreement, provision 13A as an apple, that allows for 1-year extensions, 2 1-year extensions. We being staff had approached the county about beginning exploratory discussions about coming up with a new tax sharing agreement. The challenge that we've experienced is that the county has gone through some personnel changes over the past couple of months, and those negotiations had commenced with during the time of a different CAO at the county. They have a new CAO. His contract was approved at the county yesterday, and so we have already been in discussion about getting together to begin the discussions. The county, and I think I can speak on behalf of the city, our goal is to have a new agreement as soon as we can. The challenge with placing a tighter timeline rather than say 120 days or 180 days versus the 1 year, there's a provision in the existing agreement that calls for a 1-year extension. And so that is articulated. And so what we have agreed to at the staff level, at least, is to say, let's put 1 year, but let's make sure that we work our hardest to try to make sure that we don't start bumping up to that 1-year timeline. And so with that, in terms of simply for background purposes, the property taxes that are collected for properties in the city of Madera, the base property tax or the land value, the county retains that. For the improvements on the property, that is split 50-50. The city retains 50% of the property taxes for the improvements, and the county retains 50% for the improvements. That would continue during the duration of the extension. Currently, in terms of sales tax, some cities share sales tax, and in some other cities they do not. It varies widely. Currently, the city makes a contribution or a payment to the county for 3% of all of our sales tax. You may recall from the earlier presentation this evening about our key assumptions for the budget. We currently generate roughly $9 million in sales tax. So 3% of that, 3% of that does go to the county. On top of that, the city of Madera makes an annual contribution of $50,000 that goes towards the Madera County Library that's located about a block away from City Hall. And again, that's something that's negotiated as part of the tax sharing agreement. On top of that, the city provides law enforcement services to Courthouse Park. The city does not own Courthouse Park, even though it's in the middle of the city. It's under the purview of the county. The county holds fee title to it. However, we do provide law enforcement services. And then the city also provides law enforcement services to Parkwood. So Parkwood is currently in the county. However, in the spirit of cooperation, we being the city, we do provide law enforcement services to Parkwood. Fire services to Parkwood are provided by the county. However, because CAL FIRE serves both the city and the county, there's always trucks that go for services, and it can be a city fire engine or it can be a county fire engine, but we do have mutual aid agreements. So in terms of what happens if this agreement is not extended? Well, the challenge is that anytime a piece of property were to be subject to an annexation, the challenge that we may experience is we're gonna have to negotiate on a case-by-case basis on every project, which we collectively understand takes a lot of time, and if you're a developer, it creates a lot of uncertainty and some challenges because they could be stuck in the middle of it. And it just really extends the timeline. And I think Pro Tem Samir Garcia has a question.
Yes, sir. You go back to the last slide, sir, por favor. So do we have an idea what the law enforcement costs that we provide to the county in the Parkwood area, what that costs us?
Unfortunately, I do not have those figures at my fingertips, council member, not included. So I would have to provide or conduct some additional research.
So another question I have is, I get the part about extending it for a year until we figure out our budgets, et cetera, revenues. Is there any other way to modify our agreement to make it more effective and more cost effective for us in the interim during that year? Or is that just a one-time thing that we have to either approve or disapprove?
The one challenge is that we're running up against a sunset clause where the existing agreement's going to sunset. And really, this is not the county's fault and it's not the city's fault, but we've had some substantial changes at the county. And again, some of the discussions that started were with the previous CAO and with some of the changes, plus due to COVID, and that's not an excuse, but it's posed some significant challenges for all of us. So can we attempt to do that? Absolutely. I would recommend this evening, though, that we extend the existing agreement just so it does not sunset, because one of the challenges that could happen is that beginning 3 nights from now, the county would be responsible for providing services to Parkwood in terms of law enforcement. And I think we would be doing the community a disservice, even though they're not in the city. I think at the end of the day, we would be providing them a disservice, and that would not be advisable.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I agree.
Councilman Rodriguez has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medellin. Arnoldo, full disclosure, you and I had a conversation earlier about this as well, but I want to make sure that we're clear on this. Now, when you say base property tax revenue, you said land, and I'm thinking that the agreement states the base that it was set at, and any additional increase or increments is what we split as far as 50%. I want to make sure that is correct.
Yes, Councilmember, you're correct. I misspoke.
Okay, so it's not based on land. If not, it's rather based on what 2017 tax base was at the time, and any future increases, because per California, I think it's a 2%. So any of those additional increases, that's what we split, right? The 50%?
Yes, correct. And
Okay.
absolutely right. With Proposition 13, property values cannot increase more than 2% per year in the state of California. You're absolutely correct.
So the question that Councilmember Garcia had was expenses in comparison to revenues that we collect through this tax sharing agreement. And I'm curious to know, and hopefully we get some type of a report and to be able to show some figures as far as, how much is it that we're getting in return to the cost that we're expending for servicing that area.
Absolutely.
Are we getting enough of that tax sharing agreement to be able to cover the services that are being provided for that area that's being annexed?
Correct. I completely agree, Councilmember.
Thank you.
So again, one of the challenges is if the agreement's cannot approve this evening, and I hate to put the council between rock and a hard spot, but the challenge that it would create is that we would be attempting to negotiate on a case-by-case basis, and that I don't think would be a very effective model. So again, staff does recommend that the council this evening approve a 1-year extension. However, again, it is staff's plan at both the city and the county level to bring an amended or new agreement before the council prior to that 1-year expiration. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor and council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I appreciate that. And I would concur with that for a number of reasons. One, I know personally you were doing your own research as far as tax sharing agreements. You had mentioned not all cities are alike in the way they approach a tax sharing agreement. And I think also to show support of the new CAO across the street, Mr. Varney, to let him get his legs underneath him as well and get acclimated so that we can negotiate in good faith. So as much as I would like to address this sooner, I also think of the recent discussions we've had about the DIF and some other priorities that this council has set. But I have no doubt that within a year, if not less, we can certainly address this and bring it back to council and approve an agreement with the county across the street. Any other comments from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I too want to reiterate those same comments, is that we do bring this back to council, and whether you amend or modify to where it's the best interest of our community when annexing a property, because again, we're taking on or we're annexing on a certain part of the community and we're providing services. So when we come back and we amend or modify, we make it to where it's a fair for the city and getting its share also of being able to support those services.
Absolutely. Good point. Good point. Any other questions? I will ask our city clerk if we've received any communication or correspondence regarding this item.
None received, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Elisa. Having no attendees, I will bring it back to council for action.
So move to approve the amendment.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilman Montes to approve item D5. This is the tax sharing agreement between the city and the county and to extend for 1 year. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Moving into administrative reports, item E1, this is discussion on status and action taken on measures to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19 in our community. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. This is a brief update on some of the measures that we've taken more recently to try to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19. You heard it this evening from Roger where we were talking about the budget. So we're obviously trying to address those issues. On a more immediate basis, we heard earlier this evening from Sarah Boss, Public Health Director for Madera County, that we are experiencing an increase in positive cases in our community. In response to that, we have modified staff's a decent portion of staff's work hours, where we have amended work schedules for most of our public works employees. The goal is to split our employees. So in the unfortunate situation that if someone were to become positive, that we would try to mitigate that and we would try to keep that to a minimum. But at the same time, the goal is to continue to provide services. I do want to just really emphasize to the community that we've had zero disruptions in our community when it comes to law enforcement, police, our park maintenance, our response times, our sewer or water systems. We've remained open the entire time. City Hall continues to be closed physically. However, we continue to provide services. We're still processing payments. You heard from Roger earlier today where the council approved an extension for our local businesses. So we are attempting to be very empathetic to our community. We are not shutting either sewer or water off for non-payment. We are trying to be responsive to our community, but again, City Hall continues to be open. We are running a skeleton crew here at City Hall. However, with that, all of our employees, if they're not here, they are telecommuting, and we continue to explore opportunities for employees to telecommute. I understand that there are some other local jurisdictions where they're bringing employees back to work. We continue to explore opportunities to send people home. And we're primarily doing that right now with a renewed emphasis because we understand that the number of cases in Madera for the past 4 or 5 days has increased. And so we are concerned about that. And in order to continue to provide the services our community expects to receive, we feel that the best thing we can do as an organization is to continue to encourage employees to telecommute when possible. And then for our public works team to really try to minimize the number of employees in terms of their interaction, in terms of how many people are showing up to work. They are still riding single occupancy vehicles to the job sites. We're trying to do everything we can to make sure that our employees are safe and that they feel comfortable coming to work. We've also provided masks for all of our employees. Our parks continue to be open. However, we are strongly encouraging individuals to refrain from using the play structures because, as Sarah indicated, while it's understood that it's not transmitted as effectively as we once believed with touching, it can still be transmitted. So we're still very cognizant of that. And again, our parks are open, our trails are open, but we really caution our community to be smart about it, be extremely careful, try to wear a mask whenever you possibly can. We strongly encourage that. And going back to what Sarah said earlier this evening, please practice social distancing. In terms of our parks program activities, there was a webinar this morning where there were about 300 parks directors from the state of California. I participated on the call, as did our parks director, John Scarborough, this morning, where we heard from other communities and other districts about what they're doing. And community pools. Community pools are still under stage 4. So our community pool is currently not open. I understand that the temperature is increasing. A lot of our community members are becoming antsy. My only ask is that we temper that with a little bit of patience. We are following the governor's orders, and we just want to be sure that our community is safe and our employees are safe. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor in case the mayor or the council have any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I appreciate that. And just kind of a brief note, I know you said City Hall is open. Technically speaking, we're open for business. The doors are still closed. And with that, I want to thank you and Joseph Carrillo, our communications specialist. Recently on social media, there was more concerns about the online payments. And so if you can explain once again, the fee that's being charged is not a fee from the city, it's a fee from the bank. So it's not for us necessarily to defer or not charge. And then emphasize that we have 2 drop payments, the one in the front of City Hall in front of Finance, and then there's also a drive-up one in the back of City Hall that people are also utilizing.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. So the online payment system, the Paymana system, does have an added cost. The city does not make $1 off of that added cost. That goes directly to the vendor. We've reached out to the vendor. We have asked them in this time, due to COVID, can they waive it? Can they modify? Can they reduce it? We understand we have a lot of community members that it's challenging to pay an extra couple of dollars.
Yeah.
Up to this point, they've not been able to do that, unfortunately. And so that's a pass-through cost. The city, again, does not profit from that pass-through cost. However, we did add a drop box to the front of City Hall. We check it throughout the day, multiple times a day. So if anyone does make a drop-off payment, we have several eyes on the box. So I would not be concerned with theft. And again, we are not charging late charges at all. So if there's any concern, community members can reach out to us. And again, you can also pay by the phone. There's always someone available to take your phone calls. If our community, and that's either in English or Spanish, if anyone has any concerns, they can always reach out to us. The other thing that I would add too is the testing at the fairgrounds. The testing at the fairgrounds has capacity for up to 132 tests a day. Tests are free to the community, so I would strongly encourage community members to be tested, even if you're not feeling any symptoms. A lot of people can be asymptomatic. It's free. It's open 5 days a week from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And I have encouraged all city employees to be tested during work hours. So again, I have sent several emails to or a couple of emails to our city employees. I've also reminded department heads to encourage city employees to go during work hours. Again, the goal is to make sure that our city employees are safe. And in the unfortunate circumstance, if someone is positive, that we're attempting to quarantine that employee from both their colleagues, but also their families and the community. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Rodriguez. Any questions or comments regarding this particular item or the update to the COVID-19?
I've been on video.
Let me see. You got taken off a video. There you are. There you are.
Okay. I look better.
Moving on to council member reports. I will start with Councilman Robinson for your report.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
No.
Oh, well, I was trying. I'd like to say something about the SB 939. You know, it's going against Proposition 13, where they will tax commercial real estate.
Too bad. So good to see you. Now,
yeah, well, you can hear me. That's the best thing. Well,
No.
anyway, I'd like to have a resolution to oppose SB 939 because that will affect our rural areas and our commercial businesses. You can read up on it. It's a major bill. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. I'll be honest, I'm not totally familiar with it, but I will certainly brush up on that. Councilwoman Gallegos.
Yes, I just had a comment that I was in the city going to a business last week, and I saw major fire trucks here and many police cars, and didn't know what was happening and thought, I'll check my email, check my phone, and I had nothing there. And then I did call Alicia, and I don't know if something got missed that council members were not part of this, but I hear it's our employees who received these wonderful masks from the C community. And then I did post some pictures, and I just wanted to check, did I miss something that didn't come our way? Were we not invited? Was it just certain people that were allowed to come to that event that day? So I just had the question.
I can certainly answer that. The Sikh community that has been to council reached out very impromptu and said, we want to make a donation to members of the county, which was the Sheriff's Department, the county in general, the county employees, city employees, Madera Police Department, Madera Community Hospital, and CAL FIRE. And so we wanted a central location, which ended up being here at City Hall, that they can disperse all these masks. So my apologies if I did not reach out to everybody and let them know. It was done within a 24-hour process. We're very grateful for their donation countywide and for all those entities. It was over 10,000 masks they had donated, and that's why we were here. We had asked personnel to be here, and so the fire trucks and the police cars and so on and so forth.
Oh, so did we ask our personnel through an email or a text? How did they get that communication?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
How did our personnel get that communication? Via email, text?
I emailed and called.
Okay, and the council couldn't be part of that email?
Absolutely, they certainly could have been, and I apologize for that.
That's what we have, Alicia, that if I had an event happening and things are crazy, and I get it, we're all like going left and right, that I could shoot something, or even in the car could call Alicia and she could send it out if I feel I didn't have the opportunity to do that. I was just shocked when I drove by, and I'm thinking, okay, I know we get a lot of emails that come through, so I'm just checking everything before I make a phone call, thinking maybe I did miss it.
No. I take responsibility for that because it was the Sikh community that had contacted me. And again, no excuse. It was done at the same time that I am trying to run a business and deal with a few other things, but I should have just passed it on to Alicia so that she could send it out to council, and I did not do that. So I take responsibility.
Okay.
My apologies.
Thank you. That's all.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medellin. On tomorrow, starting at 3 o'clock and continuing until food runs out, the United Farm Workers has been giving out 3,000 meals to folks who have a need during this time of our crisis. They've been doing this for at least 5 weeks, every Thursday, and tomorrow again, they're going to be giving out food to folks at the fairgrounds here in Madera. So I'll be out there participating as I have before. You don't understand hunger until you don't have food. And I see children and elderly folks out there collecting food, and I really appreciate the United Farm Workers for doing that effort. The other thing is that our nation for the past week has been reacting to the death of Mr. Floyd, and in different ways it shapes and forms. I just want to say one thing very clearly. I support our brothers and sisters who wear the shield, whether they're firefighters or sheriffs, deputies, or police. Also, two of my children wear the shield, so I appreciate their efforts. Here in Madera, we're blessed that I have not seen the type of activities that are going on across the country. I understand what a lot of folks are doing, but here, I believe in Madera that we're blessed by having the personnel that we have, the staff that we have. And I feel very fortunate that we don't have the conditions out there that other communities are having. But I do recognize that not everyone that goes to an event is a protester. They may be just showing solidarity and support. So it's not about someone protesting. It's about showing solidarity for our nation and the pain that we're going through. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you very much for letting me get on my soapbox. But that's how I feel, and I love Madera, and I consider this a great community. Very much.
We all agree. Thank you very much for your comments, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Hawley.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Garcia. What brings me to that, we had one yesterday that all of a sudden Moe's from Moe's Catering threw it out there, called us, few folks up at the last minute and had us there by 2 o'clock, and we did a march. And it was, like you said, solidarity. It wasn't no loud group, wasn't no big crowd, but it was well recognized. And I just like to thank Mo and the mayor and those who showed up, Chief of Police and his staff, for allowing that. We also got one Friday coming up with the students at Madera High, South, and it's just solidarity, and that's what it's about. But my real question is, and this goes to Mr. Helmet and our city manager. We have a sidewalk that's been bugging the city for over 6 years, which is on I Street and Olive. We had been waiting for the opponent for Turan's shop to do something over there, but it's not getting done. And I was wondering, while we have funds or any kind of funds for a sidewalk to fix that major sidewalk that the state had already came in and done part of it to the curb, put their little sidewalk in there and fix that. But I'd like to know if there's anything that we can do to generate some funds to get that continued. It does look ugly coming from the vineyard to that Turan's and not being done. So that's my question.
Okay, I will go ahead and take that. This was the subject of a council meeting back in January 2014, I believe January 15th, 2014. Council was presented a sidewalk policy for locations for deciding where locations would be prioritized for sidewalk. That was part of the staff report. The other part was there was 2 requests for sidewalks. One was along Olive Avenue to the east of the freeway, and another was this location. This location was discussed. At the conclusion of it, council had decided, I pulled up the minutes, council had decided to go ahead and let that piece of sidewalk wait for another time and address other priority locations. It's kind of a loose response to that particular question, but that was the conclusion during that time. Now, as far as what can be done at the location, at this point in time, I think it's similar to what it was 6 years ago. It's generally paved through there. I think I lost everybody. There we go. It's generally paved through there. It's walkable, and it probably is relatively close to being ADA accessible, though I didn't deem it as such when I gave the report 6 years ago. If we were to go ahead and do something like that, I think it's 190 linear feet of sidewalk. I think it's about 190 linear feet of potential sidewalk. The impacts of doing that in terms of cost, probably would be hitting the $8,000 or $10,000 range minimum. We'd have to go ahead and design it, and then at this point in time, I'm not sure how we would move forward with it. It could conceivably be CDBG at a future date. It could be that a portion of the CDBG funds that we have coming forth to council for review could be allocated to that. Turn on the light. Hopefully it comes back. But there are any number of sources. It's a relatively expensive piece of sidewalk for as short as this. To go ahead and install it, we would be cutting out the asphalt and more than likely have to make transitions into the parking lot, as we'll be cutting into the asphalt. I don't know how low we'll cut, but we'll have to do a transition. And during my original staff report, I speculated that we might need to put a curb along that area to prevent people at Terrans from parking on the sidewalk as well. Now, I'm not sure if I've answered your question. We have a number of funding sources. It's just a matter of choice of whether it takes precedence over other potential projects.
The reason I brought that up, while we were doing sidewalks, I was kind of wondering if we still had funding for sidewalks as we go forward. Could we throw that into the hat and see if we can get that done? Because it has been, you know, a sight unseen for a long time. And I know it's an eyesore. I've been talking about, a lot of folks have been approached me. I think the mayor's been approached. A few of the other council members might have been approached, but you know, something that really needs to be done, because I don't look for Tehran them ever to do anything that they had proposed to do.
Councilman Hawley, I'm getting the look from our city attorney. We want to make sure that this is a council report as far as boards and commissions, and we want to know what you're having for dinner as opposed to making this a CIP report.
Yeah, you can request a staff report in the future on that item.
Thank you.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medellin. I too wanted to echo some of the sentiment that Councilmember Garcia had brought earlier in regards to the events that have been unfolding. First and foremost, my deepest condolences to the Floyd family. I know that on top of the pandemic that we're going through, other events have unfolded because of the unfortunate death of Mr. Floyd. And rightfully so, I think, when you do it in a peaceful, nonviolent way. I certainly would be a supporter of people that march and have a protest peacefully, nonviolently, like our leaders such as Cesar Chavez, Martin Luther King, and other nonviolent peaceful leaders out there. But one of the things that I do want to express to our community is that if our policing is not meeting the demands of our community, then this is the place to do it at, is to come to public and speak your mind, speak your voice. But since I've been here, it's been evident that that hasn't been the case. And that's owed to the efforts of our chief and his staff, just being visible in our community, engaging, and just being out there in our community and providing that service that they set out to do years back. So my hat to you, I'll tip my hat to you, Chief Lawson, for your efforts that you've done in our community. But again, and also just participating with these protesters and really engaging with them to be able to make sure that we do this in a civil manner. Because I do think that if the judicial system needs reforming or needs to be looked at, then there's a way of doing that. And I think peacefully, again, nonviolence, I think is the way to go. And we've seen that those demonstrations have certainly made tremendous leaps in the systems of civil rights and/or judicial system. So again, my condolences go out to those people out there, for the victims, and more so, Chief, thank you. My hat off to you and your staff for everything you guys do. It's been evident in our community that I don't see that here. And you always invite people to come back and and welcome them to be able to give their opinion and voice out any injustices that are happening in our community. But again, thanks to you, our city is in good hands, and like Councilmember Garcia said, we're blessed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much for your comments, Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Montes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, I want to echo that as well. I've been receiving, I don't want to say complaints, but people reaching out, community members reaching out. And one of the things that's really impressive is that they want to reach out to the police as well. Hey, can we talk to Dino is what, people are saying, like, Chief Lawson? Oh yeah, we can talk to him. And it's been very impressive that although people, are they want to express their outrage and their concerns, not necessarily with Madera, but with situations across the United States, and they feel comfortable enough to come out, reach out to us, reach out to our police department, invite our police department to these events. And I think there are going to be some people out here that, are going to have a demonstration on Friday. I hope people would join in solidarity, but I don't think it's going to get to the point that you see in other communities because of how engaged we are with our residents. So hats off to everybody. And, I will be out at some of the events, and I hope other people would join us. I don't have all the details. I'm hoping we're going to get an update on that. So, it's short notice. Everything's coming together, but all our staff, police, all our men and women of law enforcement, they've been, really accessible to the community, and the community sees that. They're grateful for that. I think that's why we're going to have a little bit of different outcome than some other places. So thank you guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Councilman. I'd first like to address what Mayor Pro Tem Garcia said about the farm labor and farm workers in our community. They're just so essential. And every Thursday that food is being dispersed, that has been absolutely successful. And thank you to all the volunteers and all the restaurants, the local restaurants that are preparing that food. That being said, CAPMC this Friday from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. is going to have a farm worker appreciation day over on Gill. And so if you can make it and attend that event, it's on the CAPMC website if you want the details. And thank you all for your comments regarding our local police department. I for reasons through COVID and which phase are we in and when are we going to open, all that has kind of come to a screeching halt in the light of the death of George Floyd and how it's turned our community, our state, and our nation upside down. And my heart goes out to his family and his friends and the community where he's from. It's just such a very, very difficult time. And as I watch the television, like most of you, when we see what's going on in other communities and other cities, it's absolutely sickening. And it makes me appreciate who we are in the city of Madera. And as been said just moments ago, it's about trust. It's about trust with our local law enforcement. And that's not something that happens overnight. It takes time. It takes a long time. And I'm very, very proud with our leadership and the men and women of Madera Police Department for so many years that have been gaining the trust of our community quite simply by being the community. It was mentioned just moments ago that our officers are doing community-based policing and out via Neighborhood Watch, volunteering their time with youth programs such as Impact, NNO Connect, which all law enforcement donated everything for our community. There was thousands of people at the fairgrounds, and all hosted by law enforcement. They connected with our community and have been connecting with our community. I've seen them read to first graders. They're in a third grade graffiti program, Coffee with a Cop. I can go on and on and on. My point is that our local law enforcement here in Madera have been part of our community. And to be able to call Dino and to be able to call our elected officials and have their cell phone number and have an open door policy with our city manager and members here at City Hall. It's in times like these that you appreciate what that really stands for and what that really means. And so I too am very, very proud to be part of this community. And although there is evil out there in the world, and there's racism in the world, and it's a difficult time, a time of uncertainty, I'm very, very proud to be in Madera, and I'm very, very proud to work with all of you and who we are here in the city of Madera. That being said, I've taken a number of phone calls and spent the last 2 days on the phone with a number of local organizers, such as the NAACP and community groups, Madera Ministerial Association, and others. The youth, the high school students that was mentioned of Madera High, Madera South High School, that want to put together a candlelight vigil on Friday evening. That's going to be set up at 6:30 at Courthouse Park, and at 7 o'clock, they're going to start the program, and they're urging the entire community to come out and show that solidarity, show support for each and every one of us, including law enforcement. The youth-led youth movement, youth march and rally will be that Friday morning at 11 a.m. These students are going to meet at John Adams School and march from there to Town and Country Park, where they will then have their own rally and show support and solidarity. And so they are inviting the community to that as well. So I truly believe, although it's a dark day in our nation, I truly believe we in Madera will rise and come together and show our support for everyone across the nation on Friday. So if you can join us, that would be absolutely fantastic, and please spread the word. The name of the rally is Only Light Can Drive Out Hate. And in the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, Councilman Rodriguez, that you had mentioned, darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. And hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. And it's in those words, and in the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, that we're going to come together today, tomorrow, and for days to come to show that solidarity.
Amen. Amen.
That's all I have in my report. I will now ask our city attorney to make an announcement.
Thank you, Mayor. There are 2 items on for closed session. G1, threat to public services or facilities. Government Code Section 54957A, consultation with city manager, city attorney, and chief of police. And G2, public employee performance evaluation under Government Code 54957, title city manager.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everybody, and only those necessary will stay on for closed session. Good evening. I'll ask our city manager to report out from closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. Closed session item G1, threat to public services or facilities government code section 54957, subsection 8, consultation with city manager, city attorney, and chief of police. There is no reportable action on this item. Closed session item G2, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to government code section 54957, title city manager. No reportable action. Mayor, thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And with that, that concludes our meeting. Everybody have a good evening. Thank you very much.